All right, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I think I rubbed my hands for so long that I just kind of lost track of time there. Or I lost track of time as I was rubbing my hands because the stream started up right quick. We've been going for 13 seconds. I've just been rambling. Several seconds of that must have been me rubbing my hands together. Okay. I'm lucid. I'm lucid. I had 5 chocolate chip cookies. I'm very lucid. But anyways, welcome to the stream as usual. We got more gossip, but the map's creator has been in touch once again, and I have learned new things. First of all, is that OpenGL is not intended. That's not intended. So we've set it to software rendering, and if OBS behaves, you're gonna behave, OBS? Yeah, you're gonna behave. Good OBS. We are in software mode, so that's gotten taken care of. I also learned that the gossip title comes from a lore document. So I figured that I would read that, and oh my god, it's very long. Oh, it's very, very long. Okay. Uh, well, let's start with the audiobook. I didn't expect it to be that big, but extended underscore lore, a connection of lore snippet, or yeah, collection of lore snippets, which are let's get all that pulled up. Sorry. Posted throughout the development. Data recovery in progress. Entry 01 corrupted. Entry 02 corrupted. Entry 03 corrupted. Entry 04 corrupted. Accessing Entry 03. Subject TR underscore sec underscore 396. Type personal log. Date 1701-2179. Location Sector 19M. The sirens are blaring outside again. I've been living in this room, The sirens are blaring outside again. I've been living in this damn apartment for the past 4 years, and yet I don't recall there ever being this much commotion before. It doesn't seem like it's going to get better anytime soon. Folks are getting suspicious, and who can blame them? It started with several seemingly random incidents. Some bum got butchered in an alley a while ago and people freaked out. It was on all news because the guy got cut up like a pig, splayed on the pavement, as if someone wanted to make damn sure everybody noticed their handiwork. A few days later, an office worker got arrested for assaulting their colleague seemingly for no reason. Stressful working conditions, they said, but the details were pretty disturbing. Witnesses said he acted like a lunatic, blind fury in his eyes. The whole thing snowballed from there. More and more incidents occurred, no visible connection between the cases. The number of missing people skyrocketed in just a few weeks, while the random acts of extremely violent crime spread throughout the city. Some blame the government's lenient response to the stranglehold the megacorporations have over an increasing number of military industries. Some blame the followers of Mira, others blame the Pulse. There's always enough blame to go around, but no concrete answers. I don't know what to believe, but I see a pattern. I just cannot tell what it means yet. I've been having this apprehension that I can't just shake off. The cold vibration in the air. The storm is brewing, and I need more time. Message intercepted. Contents pending examination. Reason: possible encounter with object number SO8V. Subject JM underscore 842. Type personal log. Date 21/02/2179. Location Sector 19O. I got lost in the wilderness yesterday. I don't know how it happened. I went out for a walk after dinner, as I like to do, just to unwind after a long day in the factory. I've been walking right next to the little pond past the old, rusty sewer entrance and continued uphill toward the opening. The sky was overcast and it was getting dark, but at that time of year you can see pretty well even without the flashlight. So here I was, strolling through the beaten path and the occasional bushes, enjoying the rustling of the leaves, a gentle breeze, and the crackling of insects. And just as I was about to enter the opening, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. At first I thought I took a wrong turn somewhere, but I didn't recognize that area at all. This is very strange. I know this place like the back of my hand. I've walked through those woods many times, and I've never seen this before. I decided to go a bit further to see if I can get my bearings, but that only made it worse. After a couple minutes, I started mildly panicking. I just kept walking and walking, seemingly getting nowhere in the process. The weirdest thing, though, was that I could constantly see the city lights glistening in the distance through the branches. I could have been completely off the track, but I still couldn't find my way out. Finally, I ended up in a small grove, and at that point, I couldn't believe my eyes. The place was absolutely beautiful, like from a fairy tale. A breathtaking splatter of greens, reds, and browns, with the eerie light almost dancing around, with dozens of glowing fireflies circling around. I didn't notice it at first, but after a few moments, I've finally been able to pinpoint the source of the strange light. It was a small orb laying on the grass under one of the trees. It was like a star, brighter than the sun, yet it wasn't blinding my eyes at all. I was stunned. The bluish glow was alluring, and I had to see it up close. However, just as I took a few steps forward and reached out for it, I found myself kneeling in the opening that I've been trying to find all this time. I looked around in confusion. It was already dark, but I knew where I was, so now I got up and made my way towards the road. This couldn't have been real. I must have fainted from exhaustion or something. I'm positive that there's no such grove in that wilderness. It must have been a dream. That sounds logical. It's a reasonable explanation. And under different circumstances, I wouldn't have any problems accepting that. Except there's a small object wrapped in a piece of cloth laying next to me. Alright, so that's 2 out of many. I think we're going to start playing and just come back to this every now and again as we die. And that might be a good way to pace this out. But yeah. Blorb helped this man on a forest walk. He met a good friend. And we don't really know anything else. But this is the beautiful grove, I would guess. Took us a goddamn while to get here. No, you bastards took Blorb. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. I kind of feel like the path disappeared in front of us. That was a shootable. Come on, that had to have been moving the path forward, right? Uh-huh. We are posted up like a deer blind out here. The musical accompaniment went pretty well for that narration segment. Hi. Okay. Okay. Just die already, goddammit. Oh no. Alright, there we go. Solid. So the sewage plant and the forest walk, like, we were there. We were there last game. Like, that from the story was just in the map. So I assume this might be the grove, but we don't know yet. The grove could also have been where I picked up that plasma rifle, where I was seconds away from getting mauled to death by revenants. We don't know. Yep. Yep. Man. Opportunist. So rewinding shouldn't be disabled at this point. This map shouldn't be big enough to cause that. We must have backtracked all the way. That's gonna happen a few times here, to say the least. Huh. Clearings in the grass are left in the map. Blorb. This is just like the gossip told me it would be. Apparently the reason for the name is somewhere in the lore documents. I'm gonna give those a peek-see, but for now I'm just gonna name drop it like, you know, Ellie, we really are The Last of Us. Okay, that's fair. Fair dues. We got an organism. Okay. Hey, Elemental, what are you doing here? Why did I see your children before I saw you? Okay. Whew. Hello. I don't think I'm gonna let you live. Posted up in that deer blind. We gotta use our advantages to our advantage. And our advantage right now, we only have to dodge some of the time. Okay. There we go. We don't have any ammunition, not really, but we did clear the fight. Anyways, we did die once, so let's store a keyframe and do some more reading. How about? Alright. Data archive access. Searching. Event of synchronicity. Please wait. Subject. OZ_734. Or 347. It took me 3 tries, but I got there. Type. News article. Date. 2501-2179. Location. Sector 19M. Excerpt from the Pulse Aftermath. January 25th, 2179. 3 months ago, a mysterious phenomenon occurred in the 30-kilometer radius in and around the city, sending a wave of distress amongst the population and causing the near panic state for a couple of hours. Jeffrey Byron from the Northern Herald News dubbed it the Calamity Pulse, the name that was quickly adopted as an unofficial term for the event. It turned out to be quite fitting, as Professor Morgan Patterson from the National Research Department explained. The so-called Calamity Pulse is assumed to have been caused by a rare glitch in the Mark III pulse engines used widely in interstellar shuttles. In itself, the glitch goes pretty much unnoticed and results in an extremely minor energy dip during takeoff, but it's been theorized that the particle shockwave it causes might, under very specific circumstances, synergize with the vibration frequency of the collar sources. This can result in a large-scale discharge capable of affecting both human beings and electronic systems over a short period of time, however not in any meaningful way. Professor Patterson reassures that such an event is extremely unlikely to happen again, and that we probably won't experience another one in our lifetimes, though the public remains skeptical due to the possibility of further unforeseen consequences of using the new generation of power sources. Critics of massive corporations took the Calamity Pulse event as an opportunity to voice their concerns regarding rapid deployment of collar sources, calling it a rash and irresponsible overreaction to the ongoing exhaustion of natural energy resources. And the way in which the pulse affected the populace varies from person to person, to the point where it's difficult for researchers to determine which of those experiences are directly related to the phenomenon in the first place. The common factor in all of the cases appears to be the remarkably brief time span, which is often described as barely perceivable. Some citizens weren't even certain if their experiences were real to begin with. Others, however, described a very vivid sensation of being pulled away from themselves, although the feeling is said to have been dreamlike, as if falling asleep for a second and then immediately waking up. According to the authorities, no major incidents have occurred in relation to the pulse, and aside from the understandable concerns that the citizens had immediately after the event, the whole situation did not cause any significant problems. The UAC Board of Directors released a statement on the situation, assuring that despite an extensive investigation into the matter, no negative effects of the glitch have been discovered. The corporation has been scrutinized in the past for its aggressive expansion in the military industries and the fields of energy production, though the undeniable benefits of the collar source technology have won a lot of people over. Bad PR related to the Pulse has brought back a number of arguments against the enigmatic board of directors whose actions are often seen as overreaching. It remains to be seen if those arguments will lead to any changes in the company in the long term. Calamity Pulse continues to raise more questions, but due to its unique nature, further research proves to be very difficult, as recreating the event would require providing conditions that are virtually impossible to achieve in a controlled environment. Alright. Well, let's carry on. So, this is a scenario. That's the way we came, so we have to go the way we didn't come. Which is this way. Blorb, you don't know how happy I am to see you. Unfortunately, you're not the only one who's happy to see me. Well, I see you. Not for DSDA's lack of trying, though. Okay. There's one secrets in this map, huh? Keep your eyes peeled. Uh-huh. We're gonna save that for later. We can't afford. Okay, well. Pretty good. We're shutting this guy down. Damn it. All right. The organisms. I mean, I suppose they could be some sort of hardware, but I don't think so. They look organic to me. Okay. There we go. See, I saw some blue through the branches. The odds that we miss the secret here are very high in my estimation. Oh god, it's happening again. The organism. Hi. Oof. Almost whiffed. I mean, I did whiff, but Yeah, we still have some health from here, though. That's good. Technically all you need. Alright, well. Alright, that was a bit of a team up. Oh. Whoa. Something's going on over there. My question is, did we scoop up all the resources? What the fresh hell? How did I not spot that before? A lot of questions. Well, I can think of how I didn't spot that before. Okay. Not ideal. Okay, how close can we get to the plasma without activating whatever this is? Not as close as I'd like, but whatever. We can't take it with us, so we might as well use some of it. Okay. I don't know why they got to infighting that good, but I'm gonna take it. Okay. Let's hope that was a decent use of plasma. I can't believe that wasn't intended path. I don't really know what I did to make that happen. Wandering around the woods, trying to find, on the hunt for the organisms. It's a time, alright. I gotta be real careful. But I do think it's good that I found the things in the order that I did. The thing is, it would be nice to have a little bit more armor. Okay. Okay. Well, how about that? Oh, we got a repeat? Okay. It's not gonna go as good, but it's alright. Okay, we got the usual spam bot of the night. I hope someday they get gone away. Alright. So, next step. Next segment. Authorities have taken steps to further prevent access to the remote areas of the sewer system. According to the security chief Daniel Tyson, most of the tunnels will be under indefinite lockdown and maintenance teams will be required to abide by much stricter protocols in order to perform tasks in the furthest reaches of the underground compound. A growing number of incidents linked to the dangerous subterranean environment has been cited as one of the main reasons for the changes. The sewer system is not in itself dangerous, though the declining condition of the older structures lead to a number of accidents involving both the citizens and specialized workers. Last year, a part of the stone bridge in one of the intersections collapsed, cutting off access to critical areas and creating a gap impossible to cross without proper equipment. The underground parts of the city have always served as secluded hideouts for the homeless and gathering spot for teenagers, as outside of the key areas, there is no surveillance there, and outer tunnels can easily access from a number of points on the streets. Save from occasional drug deals, though there aren't that many notable incidents, the public has had little interest in the events taking place underground. It wasn't until a tragedy involving a 9-year-old Stephen Pierce in 2178 that authorities have started paying more attention to the potentially lethal conditions in the sewers. We can't have people just wandering around in the old, unstable parts of the tunnels. The accident rates will only go up if we don't enforce a definite lockdown on those areas, said Officer Tyson. The structural damage of the lower parts of the system has already resulted in a couple of cave-ins. Several areas are no longer accessible due to the deterioration of aging architecture. Despite the ongoing efforts of rebuilding and modernizing the complex, the majority of the areas remain dangerous to incautious explorers. The city sewers are notable for their labyrinthine structure with long, winding corridors and intersecting areas. Many sections have been abandoned for years, and the collapsed tunnels make it difficult to access older parts of the underground system. Over the years, the place has attracted the attention of urban explorers, some of which have dedicated themselves to mapping out the entirety of the complex. It's a real gold mine. We keep finding new areas. It's like there's no end to this place, said Trident in her recent video. She's one of such trespassers documenting their endeavors of creating a comprehensive map of the underground. There are several interesting-looking places that we haven't been able to get to. Maybe one of them contains the stash. And the stash is a colloquial term that some people use to describe the location of the irritant stockpile that is rumored to be somewhere beneath the streets. A few years ago, a prominent group belonging to a criminal syndicate called Coelacanths has been pinned down in the sewers by the Turmoil Special Forces Unit. The syndicate members have raided a UAC warehouse, seizing control of cache of energy-based weapons, as well as several cases of the irritant injections, a powerful military-grade combat drug used for enhancing soldiers' capabilities in extreme situations. The group was captured after several hours, and the Turmoil reclaimed the stolen weaponry. However, the syringes were never found. According to anonymous sources connected to Coelacanths, the stockpile was dropped down one of the tunnels during the attempted escape. The syndicate members were supposed to find it later, but it appears it might have been lost for good somewhere deep inside the underground labyrinth. Alright. Well, now we know about irritants in the sewers, and I do remember at least a collapsed zone. So anyways, let's grab this. Hello. Okay. See what I mean? It's not as good the second time. You guys all saw the dream run, you know? Oh my god, this one went sicko mode. What the hell? And sometimes enemies go sicko mode. What can you do? Yeah, there we go. Stupid goddamn chain gunner got a lucky hit in, though. Okay. Okay. Damn. See, that's just what happens when you get the dream run. The other runs just stop coming, you know? If you don't remember to lock that in, it'll never happen again. Okay, well, this is a problem. Okay, well. Okay, they're just log jamming, huh? Okay. Oh, he was jiggling. Okay. Well, that wasn't great, but I think we can lock it in. Everything was good. Anyways, let's grab that gun and carry on. Probably this way? Yeah, maybe. Follow the blood trail, right? So we can think about this in slightly different ways, right? Way number one. That was a decent chunk of our plasma, but not all of it, which I think means that it was a judicious use. Unless you get critted out by the Kako. That's a thing that can happen. Let's hit another story then. Okay. Attention. UAC station in absentia. Signal intercepted. Source unknown. Unauthorized transmission. Possible intrusion. Security notified. Harlan G. Calibrations in Sector G underway. Plasma inducers operational. Ion accelerator online. The signal is really strong. Looking good. Michael S. What about the power fluctuations? Has engineering team been notified? HG, that is to say, Harlan G. Yes. Norman is handling the energy distribution this time. I just hope we don't have to rely on the auxiliary generators. Security's been picky about the power requirements and containment. Michael says, that breach wasn't exactly our fault, though. Harlan says, well, I can't blame them for wanting to minimize the risk. We did push the systems to the brim. Michael, fair enough. So we done here? We gotta run. Harlan, sure thing. Just give me a sec. Jason's upstairs? Michael says, yeah, and he's not happy. I think the meeting with the administrator's inevitable. Harlan says, I knew it'd come to this. There's nothing ever going as planned. Damn it. Michael, well, you know how it is. I just wish we had a bit more time. If only gossip wasn't so urgent. Harlan says, we could have made the deadline even without compromising the protocols. Aren't you sick of this gold rush? Michael, I don't know anymore. I've heard rumors that some private company, what's their name, Well, the point is, they had an undercover investigation going. Don't know if they found anything, but I'd say we've cut it pretty close. Harlan says, wait, what? I haven't heard about this. Which company was that? Michael, the name is just on the edge of my mind. Damn, the one with the weird trident in the logo? Harlan, Selenic? It's not even their field. Why would they care? Michael, beats me. But honestly, nothing surprises me anymore. Ever since the Pulse, everybody's been pulling in weird directions. Worst case scenario, they're in bed with someone else. Either way, that's for the board to figure out. We've got other problems now. Like, why were the dimensional fields collapsing so quickly during the last few tests? We have less and less time with each one, and that's the last thing we need. Harlan, they're definitely... Oh, hold up the door. Station announcement system. Attention, Dr. McCormick. Please report to Central Administration. Harlan says, anyway, the cycles are clearly getting shorter. Maybe the sample is deteriorating. Michael says, don't even say that. We're pulling the energy from 3 different generators just to get the preliminary readings. This can't go on forever. And if we lose that sample, there's no telling when we can get hold of another one. Harlan says, I think that at this point we have to assume the worst. We've got to get as much out of it as we can. You have to admit the data from the synchronicity looks promising. Michael says, that whole thing was a bloody gamble. I've never seen UAC running that level of damage control. I'd rather not even think about just how much that cost us. Harlan says, we're going to be paying the price for that stuff for years to come. That's why we can't let that go to waste. I hope the administrator understands that. Michael's silent. Harlan asks, what? Michael replies, nothing. It's just that it didn't even make him flinch. I think he's willing to go way further than that. Harlan says, for sure, these are extraordinary times, my friend. Michael replies, I don't know if I share your excitement. If gossip fails... Harlan says, hey, no one ever said stalling on the end of the world would be easy. Michael says, I wish the line between stalling and ushering was clearer. Transmission was interrupted. So gossip is some kind of project, and it's meant to stop the end of the world, potentially, or at least people think that it is. Damn, that puddle is hungry! That puddle is not giving up. Do not miss your chance to blow. Okay, that was a max damage roll in Fireball. Classic. Goddamn tree. Every time, huh? Alright, well, here we go again. Some real poor luck of the draw, I tell you that for free. This, on the other hand, is fairly good. So the intersection's a fairly bad place to fight these guys. Okay. That sure does look like another pain elemental in the way. Man, you gotta die. Okay, well. Alright. Flashing water, I tell you. So apparently the flashing water has no specific lore significance. It's just unnatural, which, fair enough, water's not supposed to flash. Alright, last of the mechanisms. What have you got? Nothing. The organism is quelled. Alright, here we go. Something spooky's about to happen. I guess if you missed somehow... Well, let's go off the beaten path, I say. Realizing in very short order that beaten path or no... Well... We are getting loaded up. We gotta be very careful here, though. Well, this is absolutely a combat scenario. This is a big gear up, and not just a gear up. This is enough gear that you might have to come back and retreat to the spot. No bullets here. We're just trying to find the most everything that could exist, you know? See, this is one place where software rendering really shows its chops. Like, check out the way that that forest recedes into scotopic vision. That's so good. Only really Doom software rendering ever hits that, you know? Like, nobody ever stops to consider about how human vision kind of deteriorates into this weird, vaguely tetrachromatic mishmash in twilight colors. Okay, so we are definitely gonna die. If you like lore... I got some good news for you. You would think we'd be getting more infighting with this goddamn bottleneck, but no life. Yeah, we don't have anything pressing enough to require us to use the, yeah. Anything more... I mean, something is ejecting lost souls at a massive rate, but we won't worry about that too much. The Barons have infinite ammo. I do not. God damn it. Okay. Alright. We're definitely healing up, but not until we, like, diminish the number of enemies that are just roaming around. Okay. That shotgunner was a trick shot. Alright. Okay. I hate it when they do that. Okay, that's enough. there's the Yi card. That was fairly brutal. Did we do that first try? I think we may have done that first try. I'm gonna go marking this on the map. Well, we got the Yull. We've been very patient with this. Okay. Even now, there's plenty, and I do mean plenty, of munitions. So many munitions that we're making multiple loops around trying to make sure that we've got what we need. But yeah, the bottleneck strat paid fairly good dividends. It was not a cakewalk. Basically any fight is not a cakewalk when it's this crowded, you know? True to life, I suppose. Okay. Well, here we go. So that was actually intended progression. Everything we just did, intended. Pretty wild, but not unbelievable. That's probably good. Okay, well, here we go. Yep, that's right. Huh, interesting. Okay, we can't go that way, which is no great surprise to me. Interesting that. As long as they're sparse, you know, you can do some pretty wacky things, you know? Like that. You just gotta, you know. Like, yeah, rockets are interesting, but you know what else is interesting? Not wasting ammo. On a map with the difficulty tuned as high as it has been in this difficulty, if you get some chainsaw tricks in, especially no damage chainsaw tricks in, which I'm gonna lock that in. I've learned my lesson. You take those. Nice try. Just a nice straight line, fellas. Bit of a botched job right at the end there, but that's fine. Nice. Okay. So that way goes somewhere. There are a lot of somewheres to be going, you know what I'm saying? The Beer Jesus says hello. Hello. Welcome to the stream. This is never gonna work, but you gotta try. The Beer Jesus says, thank you, friend. We need 2 cards. That's not normal. No, that's very not normal. So we're definitely going to have to do multiple fights to get multiple key cards, so I don't think I'm going to miss anything. Yet. Blarmer. Blarmer and Blorb. Oh, that's a sign. They're given a lot of gear. That's flashing water too, so we gotta be artful about hitting the switch. Here Jesus says, tread carefully. Oh, indeed. Up. Okay, we're gonna have to do some holy mackerels, huh? Oh, this isn't looking good. Oh, Christ. Yeah, yep. This is cooked. Okay. Well, it's smelling a lot like God Machine in here. Okay, well, if it's smelling like... Alright. So, we marked a death, so that means we get to read more lore. There's, after all, more lore to be had. Alright, let's see, what's the next chapter? The woods on the outskirts of Sector 19M, a sizable forested area that has thankfully remained intact despite the ongoing industrial expansion in surrounding environs. A few dozen square miles of untouched nature just past the countryside, a truly perfect locale for hiking. While there are many windy roads and some of its parts are almost unnaturally thick and dark, there aren't any stories or myths associated with it. No unexplainable sightings, no mysterious creatures lurking in the bushes. The only thing of note is the old decommissioned railway system, along with a collapsed tunnel that for some reason didn't get sealed off. It's a relic of a bygone era left alone for decades. The contemporary transit system was constructed in a different area, so there were no efforts to dismantle the old one. As I said, there are no urban legends associated with this forest, or rather, there weren't until recently. In 2173, the entire area was suddenly cordoned off by the UAC. The official reports mentioned some kind of biological hazard that was tracked down to this location, so the whole forest got sealed off with chain link and guarded by armed UAC security forces. The wounds were still fresh after the global outbreak of the Nova Plague 15 years earlier, so the situation was taken very seriously. The government essentially let the UAC take care of the whole thing, as they were the ones who managed to create a working vaccine for the plague in 2159. For almost 5 years, no one was allowed into the area except for the specialized UAC personnel built in, but in 2178 the woods were finally reopened to the public. The UAC were detailing their efforts to deal with the contaminated area through regular progress reports. Apparently, large quantities of hazardous substances, including waste from interstellar engines and fuel byproducts, were located in the wilderness. This waste could have caused the destruction of the ecosystem and even contaminate the groundwater, so the situation looked pretty bad. The list of suspects hasn't been released, though certain individual corporations were later blamed by politicians as well as activists as a retaliation for creating a severe health crisis. The UAC never made a comment on the matter. The majority of the conversation was directly related to pointing the blame for the situation, however certain facts have begun to surface since then. Some things didn't quite add up. There were multiple sightings of heavy aircrafts coming in and out of the exclusion zone, which were originally thought to have been transport and science vessels. However, upon closer investigation, many of those looked like construction vehicles used primarily for building massive off-world stations. The presence of such ships was not entirely surprising, as it's understood the UAC must have constructed temporary outposts to deal with the situation. However, the number of sightings of such vessels landing in the cordoned area made it seem like the UAC was building something more permanent there. After its reopening, the area looked pretty much intact, the same old woods with almost no signs of recent activity, save for some minor pieces of equipment left there after being deemed safe for the environment. No secret construction site has been found, but the number of strange sightings skyrocketed. More and more people started reporting seeing unidentified armed personnel moving stealthily in the distance. As always, in situations like this, theories have begun to spread like wildfire. Rumors about a super secret UAC installation hidden in the forest were running rampant. Since no one has managed to find any concrete evidence of its existence, the general public ended up treating the whole thing as a harmless urban legend. I've learned not to dismiss such reports too easily, though. I've heard bits and pieces of information about recent UAC activity in the city. Vague terms such as in absentia and gossip keep popping up, though those seem to be pretty random. The UAC has devoted a substantial amount of resources to expansion in the area, though no one is able to pinpoint where those resources are actually going. There really aren't many places where their movement would go unnoticed. I'm fairly certain they're using the forest, but for what purpose? There must be something there. We're just not looking hard enough. So, yeah, that's where we are right now, apparently. Apparently, there's a decommissioned railway with a collapsed tunnel that never got sealed off. So, yeah, we saw that tunnel, and we chose to go a different direction. This direction, where we're having to, 4v1 arch files across pillars. Hey, there we go. Where? Behind me. Yeah, no, that's not so easy. Okay. So we know where they come from. Don't get distracted. They come from right here. We did it. Oh god, I was gonna say that it's strafe to win until that happened. It is no longer strafe to win. Okay. Right here. God damn. That was clean. I'm locking that in. I'm sorry. That's too good. That smoke was just too damn tough, you know? Okay. Jesus, that was brutal. Okay, we've got a wall in the way of our medkits. That's no good. One chain gunner left behind. That's okay. We just gotta lock in, that's all. Taking a lot of damage here, we don't have to. Out. Okay. We have got to keep this this groove going, you know. Stupid chain gunner every time too. It's just like the one last chain gunner guy. All right. No, we just gotta. Yep. Okay. Jesus Christ, that sucked. Absolute lock. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't mind locking in that really clean Archvile kill. That was graceful. That was poetry in motion. Are you kidding me? A symphony of lotions. Oh, this is a rough one. This is like a real tough time. We are dying so hard. Fucking chain gunners. I almost called them chain scanners, which is a really funny name. It has absolutely nothing to do with the truth of the situation, you know? Jesus Christ, these guys are aggro as hell. As hell. What the fuck? Cool, we can't go get that because of the 15 trillion. Oh, God. Okay. 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 Well, that was fairly brutal, but we finally did it. Now we just gotta... Yep. Well, I think we can figure out why all the airships were going here, but they weren't leaving here. Presumably this thing, before it all went completely to shit, was, yeah. Shotgun shell, don't mind if I do. Before we go to the tunnel, which, as you probably have guessed, is going to be full of weird shit, we will, yeah. We'll make tracks back here and find as many derelict and abandoned shotguns as we can. Honestly, I remember there being more of them than there are, but... Well, Here we go. Tunnel it is. I can't tell if the water is flashing or not, but I think it is. It's flashing. It's like that copy pasta. Look inside, it's flashing. Oh my god, it's not only flashing, it's hungry. Well, the collapse was real. That water's not flashing, which is good. This water is, though. I'm gonna assume that's electrical. Well, this one is such a tight fit that you might just avoid it because of that. Alright, well, get ready, because this is definitely about to get heavy. Wasn't exactly very difficult, to the point of being dispiriting. Lord, it's good to see you, my friend. Oh, you better believe we are getting max rolled over and over again. Yeah, who could have guessed? Anyways, that seems like it's time for more lore. This is the personal audio log of Drake Cygnus, dated February 26, 2179. I'm recording this to document the events of the last couple weeks in case something happens to me, though the chances they're not going to find him wipe it out in such circumstances are pretty slim. If you're hearing this, then take heed. This is very important. I used to work for the Turmoil Security. Well, it's more of a special forces unit that cooperates with the government rather than a security company. High-tier assignments coming from the top, primarily dealing with gang warfare, drug deals, and human trafficking. High risk, high reward. While I'd love to claim I've been doing it purely out of duty, the truth is the adrenaline rush was arguably a bigger part of it, as was the number of zeros on my paycheck. However, that's not what got me into trouble. Tale as old as time. We were in the middle of the raid on the Vitriol group that's been smuggling the supplies through the border. Stealth operation, we had them surrounded, just waiting for the order to seize them nice and clean. But I guess someone high up wanted to send a message and we were supposed to wipe them all out instead. Just didn't sit right with me, so I ordered the squad to take them alive anyway. Command didn't like that. Technically, they didn't kick me out, and I could have made it all work. The whole situation left a bad taste in my mouth, so after a lot of bickering about the whole thing, I decided to quit. It's not like I had a good idea as to what to do next, so I kept bouncing around for a while, trying to figure it out. Guess I've forgotten how dull life can get when you cut the intensity. It didn't take long for me to start losing my mind because I was bored out of my skull. And then it all changed one evening. 3 weeks ago, I found a strange briefcase in my apartment. Whoever left it must have been really good. Got through level 5 security systems like it was nothing. They didn't leave any traces whatsoever. I probably wouldn't even have noticed it if it wasn't for the briefcase itself that I was obviously supposed to find. At first, I thought about getting my buds at Turmoil to check it. The preliminary scan didn't indicate anything dangerous about it. Besides, if somebody wanted me dead, I guess they wouldn't have left it out in the open. As soon as I opened it, I noticed a secure military-grade transmitter and a bunch of documents. Underneath there was a sidearm as well as a Series Z perception enhancer. We've used those occasionally at Turmoil, but only in special cases. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but the situation was clearly very serious. The enhancer alone was worth a fortune, not to mention other things in the briefcase. I started going through the documents, but then the transmitter lit up. Someone was calling. It was no surprise that I didn't get to learn who exactly the people were calling that left the package. They're big shots, no doubt. The conversation was brief and straight to the point. My benefactors are conducting a widespread investigation into the Calamity Pulse, the infamous shockwave allegedly caused by the collar source energy units developed by the UAC. The official statements claim there were no adverse effects of the pulse, and yet all of a sudden we're dealing with a massive rise in seemingly random acts of violence and people suffering from schizophrenia. Now, I'm no scientist, and I won't pretend to know how all this fancy technology works and what it can do, but the timing was so perfect that if it was a coincidence, then it's a bloody massive one. Well, the people who left the briefcase certainly think there's some connection. It was clear to me they made a thorough background check on me. At the very least, they knew I wouldn't refuse the offer. The job involves looking into a number of persons of interest and investigating their potential involvement in the recent events. And what a colorful cast it is. Obviously, it includes high-ranking people from the UAC, but also from Iridescent, Torrential Enterprises, and even the Cult of Mira. It was blatantly obvious that I had to get a bit more involved in the case in order to make some real progress. They knew it, of course, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen someone with special operations experience. They've included an advance payment for undertaking the job and made it clear I'd be rewarded accordingly if the investigation was successful. I was about to get busy. After the call, I went through the documents in the briefcase. While the whole situation was intriguing, I have to say just going through those papers gave me a rather ominous vibe. I had the profiles of people I was supposed to investigate, details on various points of interest, and sites to check. However, what made me curious was a surprising amount of medical reports. Some of them were actually from off-world stations, including that damn ghost UAC facility on Mars. Up until this point, I wasn't sure if the pulse had anything to do with the surge of violence, but after reading these reports, I don't know what to think anymore. This has been happening before, all over the place, just not on this scale. People going insane, attacking others for no reason, later having no recollection of why they did it. Some with no prior mental problems having sudden breakdowns, self-harming, even killing themselves out of nowhere. Unexplainable cases of schizophrenia and paranoid delusions. And the things those people are saying. This one really resonates for some reason. We're but a lone beacon of life in an endless void. I can hear it seeping through, seething, ruining everything. So why? Why do you insist on shattering the only thing that keeps it out? The earliest reports of this kind come from isolated stations and increase in numbers with time. Psychological problems have been a real plague on multiple UAC outposts for years, but I guess it didn't take long for someone to realize it's not just the result of people working in remote facilities for extended periods of time. Something's been going on. I don't know what the hell is UAC doing, but it's not good. And now it's happening in the entire city. I'm in the trenches. The things I've found out so far are troubling. I have this apprehension. I thought the storm was brewing on the horizon, but I'm afraid the storm is already here. We may not have much more time left. Alright, so now we're getting into it. I don't know if this Drake Cygnus is our guy. Dragon Swan. Did I line def skip? I must have line def skipped. No. Where are you, bastard? Okay. Full health, 13% armor. We know what we gotta do. We don't know if we've got the skills to do it, though. Okay. Here we go. This is where we ought to lock in. Thank you, Auto Aim. Champion of the people right there. That was it was great how well that was going, right up until all of a sudden it was just going assholes. Sick. Alright, let's try that again. That wasn't so bad. No water's flashing in it. Yep. So expect some very hungry nukage. You know how this goes, and if you don't, yeah, you do know how this goes now. Yeah. You would think the nukage wouldn't be very hungry, but there's a reason that I save scum for this. You'd think, like, how hard can nukage rhythm be? It can be as hard as the nukage itself wants it to be, because the nukage has an appetite. And you can't exactly feed the nukage, so it's always hungry. There we go. Alright, well, we've got a good bit of kit. Not ideal, but we're all right. Holy man. This is the way it goes. I mean, this looks fairly familiar. You know, this geometry gets to be a little confusing sometimes. We're gonna have to save. Yeah, no, I figured. No, that's doable. Hold on. Well, that was going well. Lore. There are dreams for which some would burn the world down to the frames. There are wishes for which some would commit the most horrid deeds. There are people who would stop at nothing just to make their deepest desires become reality, even if it meant plunging us all into darkness. Some believe there are many different planes of existence, that heaven and hell lurk somewhere between dimensions. I don't know anything about heaven, but here's what I can tell you about hell, my friend. It's already here. It's always been. We're in the eye of the storm, the shimmering light surrounded by the limitless void. What you think is an endless universe is anything but. Our world is the loneliest star in the blood sea burning with hatred for us, the last bastion of life. And whatever it is that protects us from it is breaking down because someone is obsessed with widening the cracks. Someone is reaching so hard for things beyond their grasp that they're bending our world and dragging us all down with them. Someone so hollow and lifeless that they're ready to destroy all of existence to make their dream come true. Can you imagine what utter emptiness must be driving this kind of determination? Yeah, I don't have to imagine now, do I? That's the cool thing about subtext. Garth Marenghi, I found a writer who uses subtext that's not a coward. Pretty good. Alright. Sick. We did pretty good. We did pretty good. Can't hear a fucking thing. Nothing here. But I don't know if I trust like that. Okay, enemy guys. Didn't really see them. Okay. Nice little payday. Nice little cash. Still no secrets found, though, which is something. We're not wasting ammo on this. Come on now. There you go. Come on, fellas. Just a little bit of infighting. I know you can do it. Go for Defers. Come on, man. There we go. Look at that. Easy breezy, beautiful field expedient. Just field expedient means, as far as the eye can see, you know? There's stuff over there. Hate to use my shotguns that way. Sometimes there's no alternative though. Thank goodness for infinite fuel. Holy. Okay. Enough screwing around. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Alright. Goddamn. Man. Okay. 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 gotta be very careful about that Baron. That aside. Nice try. Nice try. So here's the zone of weirdness. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on around here. A lot of wacky shit's going on around. Only way I can describe this region, you know? I mean, there's stuff out there. More forest? Perhaps. There's a lot of careful consideration and layout about sightlines here. I really dig it. A lot of hard work went into this map, you can tell. Forest maps are really, 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 really hard to do in Doom. So almost all of them merit, not just like respect, like all of them merit respect, but it's like, especially one as intricate as this. Well, we know how this works. Oof. Collapsed tunnel that wasn't closed down for some reason. Oh. That's good. Well, everything's probably fine. Okay, so it's electrical. So we gotta, you know. Yep. We gotta, yep. We found every item, but we're missing a secret. Yeah, I think I will. Okay. Alright. There we go, there we go, there we go. That's fine. And we can backtrack, which is good, because we're a little bit beat up after that. Beat up and out of rockets. Not a good time. Oh, we've killed everything. We've killed everything, we found all the items, but we are lacking a secret. So it can't be an orb. We've gotten all the orbs. It might be an ammo cache, or a health cache. I guess we didn't need it. Interesting. Okay. Alright, it's puzzle time. This is what we call a chiasmus in the business. Bookend it the same way you... Finish it the same way you started it. Ha! The old tree gimmick. The classic elevator tree. Oldest trick in the book. We all know about the elevator tree, don't we, folks? Having to get into the secret UAC elevator tree facility. Alright. So we missed the one secret in the forest. Hopefully it wasn't like a big lore moment that tied everything in, but I don't think it will be. We're going to start the next level, which is called Makeshift Extraction, which is scary. But I've got to go to the restroom first, because I've been holding it in for 100 minutes. That's about my limit. So I'll BRB, and then we will read some lore once we come back. I think that a level ending is auspicious enough to produce a new zone. BRB. Alright, everybody, and we're back. Let's get to that lore reading, shall we? Subject: the glitch anomaly. Location: in absentia. Security level: 4. Status: contained, awaiting further analysis. In absentia houses the experimental hyperwave accelerator deep within the bowels of its research sector. Formerly designated HW-001-ZAR, the HWA went through several iterations over the course of its existence. The device started out as a hyperwave transmitter prototype, the third such unit in the UAC history, which was supposed to continue the ongoing research into the faster-than-light communication methods. However, after the breakthrough discoveries made by the Mars Division and the laboratories at the Phobos station 6 months ago, the HWA was redesigned to facilitate the experiments related to energy manipulation. The results were promising, and the device was modified to accommodate different lines of investigation into the matter. However, things have taken an unexpected turn after the synchronicity, aka Calamity Pulse. The shockwave resulting from the pulse has affected some of the equipment in the base, but in entirely predictable ways. The only exception was the hyperwave accelerator. For reasons currently unknown, the HWA came online seemingly on its own during the synchronicity, and its energy yield kept going up, until it reached and then exceeded the available scale. All of the attempts to shut it down were unsuccessful. The panic has started spreading throughout the station due to a risk of a meltdown which could have destroyed the entire base. The eyewitnesses reported seeing an orb of energy just underneath the main coil of the accelerator, pulsating with images of ethereal places and unfathomable geometries. The whole chamber was shaking violently for several minutes until a rapid discharge ended the event and everything went back to normal, or so it appeared at the first glance. The accelerator was still online, feeding off of the unknown energy source, though running at what appeared to have been its minimum capacity. All of the subsequent efforts to turn it off failed. In fact, even disconnecting and dismantling of the device had no effect. The scientists have managed to pull apart multiple elements from the HWA, and yet they kept operating as if nothing had changed. A number of components were removed to no avail. The accelerator continued to work without any issues. In the final desperate attempt, the engineers decided to crush one of the power rods in a hydraulic press. Unsurprisingly, all of its broken pieces continue to function regardless, unaffected by their complete destruction. There was one more thing that changed in the HWA chamber. When one of the scientists tried to pass under the main coil, he found himself on the other end of the chamber in an instant. He fell to his knees from disorientation as others watched in bewilderment. It took a few moments before anyone could utter a word. The space underneath the coil seemed perfectly normal, yet there was obviously something different about it. The scientist seemed fine, and against his better judgment, he decided to backtrack. In the blink of an eye, he glitched under the device again and came back to the original spot. A number of tests have been conducted in the area, including trying to pass various objects under the coil. Everything behaved the exact same way, skipping the space beneath the accelerator and instantly arriving a few meters further. At first glance, the process seemed in some ways to resemble teleportation. However, the similarities ended in the initial appearance. There were no indications of matter transfer. It seemed more like time itself was being distorted in a bubble around the coil. The subjects entering this bubble were definitely not skipping the space in the middle of the chamber. They must have been passing under it. However, the process was not observable at all, neither on footage nor through any other methods. Interesting results came from trying to measure the time that passes for the subject when it moves beneath the coil. The time span seems to be different each time, with no discernible pattern, but on average it varies between 10 seconds and 45 minutes. Regardless, it appears instantaneous from outside the bubble. The entire area of the hyperwave accelerator has been locked down. While there are no indications of any harmful effects of passing through the bubble, the prospect of unknown long-term issues led to the decision to cut this section off. Examination of the anomaly has been postponed indefinitely due to the urgency of containing the effects of synchronicity and the continuation of the Gossip Project. Well, that's bad. So they're just like, well, we just have a zone that's completely fucked spatially and temporally. It's not even teleportation. We don't know what's going on. We can't explore this though, because the Gossip Project is the central thing. We have too much shit going on. The UAC, such a altruistic organization. Anyways, we went down the elevator tree. Oldest trick in the book. Classic. Everybody should have seen it coming, really. We got 9 secrets and... Ho ho ho! 2,684 monsters! Hoo-wee! Oh, what are we, Aperture Science? This is good little attention to detail, though. Not a lot of blotions. No way we can stop the stream this early, though, so we gotta run. Still nothing to shoot that I can spot. I'm like peeking my eyeball in there. Nothing. Yeah, who could have guessed? That's good, probably. Were these bloodstains part of the original Doom things set? I don't know. This map set's going crazy with this. Interesting, to say the least. Sure, this is probably fine. Oh cool, the ladder. Real fake ladder. You can't blame me for trying, I don't think. Eat. 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 Oh, this one's tough. This is why we save. Single segmenting this is going to be a situation. Okay. I think we can do this? Oh, wait. I need to SR50. Which is unhinged, but, you know, like, hinged in, like, a normal way, I think. This might be too much for old Defers. We don't know. There's a few things to try, right? I think I found one of the things to try. Are you kidding me? Huh? Cute. Well, we're getting a lot of aperture science in here. Let's just put it like that. A lot of aperture science. Alright. Hey, we made it. We're saving, god damn it. Maybe the secret was a super shoddy. Last map. If I had to guess, right? God damn it. Well, we're in a tech-based environment. I recognize this. Alright. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh yeah, we've got to kill some bastards before we go in there. Oh, you know pipes. That's pipes department. You need the red skull to open that door. We've been here before. We ought to go... Bye. He'll be around eventually, I think. Yeah, he'll find his way. So I think we did what we were meant to do. Probably. As usual. God damn it. Backed me right into the acid. Okay. Let's be careful here. Yep. Well, we're not gonna waste ammo on this. Come on. Alright. Okay. Very cool. Alright. Surely you've got a little bit more than that. Okay. Hmm. So do you think this place is called an absentia? I think this is an absentia. Okay. Alright, well, here we go. Alright. I'm sure we will eventually stumble upon one of the secrets. Just because, like, there's literally 9 of them. But I don't know. I'm very interested to see if this one ends up being smaller or larger than Map 3. Because Map 3 was given the shout out as the big one. And this is later on, so, you know. Right, okay, let's try and understand this. We've got pipes, we've got Flask 1, Flask 2, Wiring 1, Wiring 2, and Save Disk 1 and Save Disk 2. Let's say that's what they are. Save Disk, Wire, Flask, Pipe. The 4 genders. Enemy guys have awoken. Did we already go in there? Probably. Alright, well. Man, what have I done? Why have I done this? I don't know why I've done this. I don't know what I hoped to find, but I didn't find it, that's for damn sure. God, the music is really good, by the way. Have I mentioned that yet? No, we're not going that way. I'm gonna be sitting here doing this, and if you run into me, it's your fault. I wish this wasn't as good a use of my time as it appears to be, but it does appear to be a good use of my time. Well, to be fair, that is subjective. And the subjectivity involved might be a little bit touched in the head. Okay, fine. Whatever, we soften them up, that's what we'll tell ourselves. That will have made the difference in the future. Either that, or we find a Zerk or something, and it'll be fine. I just got myself super twist turned upside down. No, this was worth it, I think. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. Come on, fellas. I saw you over there, you loser. Okay, well, Mank did us a solid there. Blotion, hover. Okay. Here we go. Deeper into the zone. Ah. Shortcuts galore. Galort cuts. There's an arrow there. And a keycard there. Were these symbols there before? I feel like I'm shaking crazy pills. Flask. Flask 1, I guess. Okay. Perfect. The only thing perfect about it is the fact that I could have kited those guys and then gotten them to infight with the pinkies. Saved even more ammo that way. Tripped and fell on my ass, but That's one way of doing it. Okay. Okay. Yum, yum, yum. So there's a thing in there, but what is the thing? It's the exclamation mark. I thought that was the key. Okay, well, that doesn't help us very much. We have some down arrows. Alright. Nearly 120% health, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do. That way will take us to more exclamation marks and more arrows. Where'll that take us? No idea. Well, we didn't do this. Somebody fought their assholes out for us. Can't go that way, huh? Okay, well, let's... yeah. Alright, here goes. Not quite. That doesn't do it. Let's see if the chain gun has higher DPS or something. No, it does not. It just has higher range. Range deafers, have you heard about it? It's good. It's a good tool. Still getting our whole shit beat in, but you know, that aside. Okay. Well, we did it. Excellent. Moving on. Slice that pie. There's a save disk. Probably save disk 1. Or circuit. Circuit 1, I guess. No, that's save disk. So yeah, that's save disk 1. So we're at great. I guess we need great access? If I had to like ascribe meanings to what this might be, right? Great would be one of them. We still haven't even killed a tenth of the enemies. We're a half hour in. Now I suspect the enemies will go faster than last time. And they'll go laster and fast time, but whether that'll amount to much remains to be seen. Bathrooms? Oh yeah, some hell shit is gonna go on in this bathrooms. Spectre fucking wrecked the toilets. Ah. The gentleman's room. Well listen, even when you're losing yourself to demonic possession, sometimes you just gotta piss. So, yeah. Another place where notation would be really cool. You know, like if I was making a Doom source port, I know which features I would add. Let's put it like that. I would add a draw mode. I would add comments. I wouldn't just have markers. I would have full-blown comments. Okay, this is going piss. Okay. Alright, and that's, that one's circuits. Probably circuits 1. Nice try, asshole. Here's the map again. You are here. Yeah, I guess I already... Wait, does this make fucking sense? Yes. Ish? Man, I don't know anymore. Or is it more of a this situation? Oh, okay. So you are here, and... yeah. Okay. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but we'll find out. Well... it's pretty fucking sick. That'll open flask and circuit. Huh. Hmm. All right. Okay. This is a... I'm gonna guess that I'm actually floating in mid-air. Yeah, I'm floating in mid-air. Okay. Let's get some repairs going, huh? Alright, so we're in a keycard zone. The thing was charitable enough to tell us that, yeah. I don't expect this one to take quite as much time as the other ones, but it will probably last us the rest of the session. Easy, easy, easy. I heard that. Did I hear that? I don't know. It's really a matter of holding your fire, you know? Just don't shoot at him. You don't have to. Okay. Okay. not so bad, not so bad. Okay, so that was just that Revenant's special trick to try and fuck me over. Some Revenants are like that. Some Revenants have the technique, you know, they got their illusion jutsus. That sure looks suspiciously like a blow, specifically, doesn't it? So by my estimation, the blow's approximate position is right here. That'll happen sometimes. For a dude who got shot with rockets twice, that dude is still got a lot of vitae, you know? Well, we were bled all to shit, but that aside. Okay. 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 Right. Wait, excuse me, we're off the map? Oh, no, we're not off the map. Instead, we're in the middle of the map, which is almost worse, somehow? Yeah, we're in the middle of the map, we don't know what to do to move ahead, and we can't go back. Whoa. That was some nice statistical movement. Can't deny that. Okay, we're gonna save. Have we not died yet? Or did I just reload without remembering my lore drops situation? The lore drop situation is crazy right now. Who said you could do that? Sound tunnel, huh? Oh, don't have shit to work with. Alright. That definitely implies to me that some sort of secret mechanism or maneuver may yet inveigle. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, I know. God damn it. Chainsawing as usual. Situation normal, used chainsaw. Gotcha, fucker. Alright. That wasn't so bad. Well, our health situation is crazy right now. As the streamer dialect mandates that I describe this. It's not streamer standard English if the situation isn't crazy. Come on. Alright, there we go. Nope, gun. Not bad. I've lost the plot a little bit down here at Circuit Board 1. Okay, well. Our health situation is still, as it were, crazy. To use a turn of phrase. But some bars were somewhere raised. I'm not trying to get into verse. The more I try, I tend to do worse. Okay. Are we getting lucky? We got lucky. Auto aim, please, for the love of God. The specters like the water. Specters like the water. Alright. I'm gonna call a rewind on... What the... Where am I? Are you serious? The problem is I don't remember how long ago I saved. Okay, well, I didn't lose that much progress, but I'm still pissed. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Well, as usual, you get a little disorientated after you rewind. Okay, well. This was dismal. Okay. That one pretty sick, actually. Right up until then. Alright. Well, we're back here. That don't help much. No, yeah, that makes things a little worse. Alright. How's our kills going? Okay, we've cleared the 10% mark, which is nice. 2 hours and 43 minutes into the stream. We're about 1 hour into the map. Well, I mean, plasma's good to have. It's good when you do have to have the plasma instead of the bad. Have plasma bad, you know? Good have do plasma. Okay. There we go. Alright. Alright. You better believe he's gonna go for a second lunge. Without a doubt. Okay. So here's my idea, right? So here's my idea, I said confidently when nothing happened. Here's my plan of attack, I said, as we fought literally nothing. And could that be the assembler? Could that be the thing? We don't know. Also, I did die and we didn't do a lore bit, so I'd better do a lore bit soon. No, I saw that, you son of a... You sick bastard. I don't know what, if anything, that lowered. What do you mean? What do you mean? I did it. It didn't lower this. It didn't lower that. Huh. Well, we figured out what it lowered. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that. For now. Because it's very unlikely that we hit the switch and nothing happens. Okay. Yeah, I know. It'd be nice. It'd be nicer to get my money's worth with his health, though. Which we'll be able to do. Soon enough. Hi. Should have kept your eye on the prize. Alright, sick, let's go. That's normal, I think. Okay. This is probably fine. What are the odds that it's not gonna be fine? Come on, be serious here. This will be a great opportunity to do some lore. You didn't hear a goddamn thing from me. Okay. They'll do that sometimes. Sometimes the infighting challenge is just... he doesn't care. Anyways, new lore piece. Yeah, I've been here for a long time now. It's kind of like a little society for all the people who don't fit in above. All sorts of folks come here. And runaways, drifters, anyone trying to get away from something. Bottom line, most of them don't come here to start trouble, so it's relatively safe around these parts. People usually stick to themselves. After that little boy drowned in the cistern, the government suits scrambled like cockroaches thinking the whole place is a death trap. Talked about stealing the entire underground up, but as always it was mostly just fluff. Sure, some of the bigger entrances are locked up so folks above would calm down, but there's so many tunnels and hatches all over the city that nobody really has any problems getting here anyway. They keep saying it's dangerous here, but you're gonna be just fine, just as long as you watch where you're going. Just have a little bit of common sense, you know? These outer tunnels close to the entrances are safe. Folks have been hanging around here for a long time. Some of them walls are falling apart, the overall construction still holds up. The deeper you go, the bigger gamble you're making. Most people ain't really used to underground areas. It's easy to lose track of where you are, and there are all sorts of weird noises from the pipes, metro, and sewers that can freak you out, make you think there's something lurking in the dark. You don't have to worry about that. It's just how these kind of places are. With that said, however, there are parts of the tunnels that the locals tend to avoid. You get into one of them, and it hits you right away. The air suddenly feels stale, gets harder to breathe. You start getting those strange thoughts in your head, paranoia and stuff. You don't really want to linger, but it's difficult to leave for some reason. I used to think there must be some chemicals leaking from somewhere, tripping you out. Toxic fumes, maybe? But I guess everyone who's been here long enough has different ideas about that. There are many stories floating around about those areas. Some couldn't get out of the tunnels they knew like the back of their hand. Others claim they kept looping back to the same rooms over and over again. Don't know what to tell you. Everyone thinks it's bollocks until they experience it themselves. And it seems like recently some of this stuff has gotten worse. The weirdest things have started happening after that shockwave. Pulse, they call it. Some of those places somehow got way more intense. Seen that winding tunnel to the east? You better stay away from that place. An old pal of mine, Coffer, and myself went in there a while back looking for things to scavenge. It's a long route, but very straightforward, can lead you to a lot of interesting areas. At least that's how it used to be. After trudging through the flooded canal, we got confused at a fork. Maybe some tunnels have collapsed, we thought, but after that we just couldn't get out. We wandered in that damn cesspool for hours and eventually came to a big chamber we've never seen before. Felt off, like something was really wrong with it. We kept stumbling around and finally found the exit, but it was a close shave. It seemed like it was pure luck on our part because neither of us knew where the hell we were. Cannot tell you what happened there. We were stuck like in a nightmare, you know? No way out. We'd always just end up in another dead end, like the damn walls were shifting or something. And a few days later, these people come down and started poking around the place. No idea who they were. At first glance, they looked like government officials, but they really weren't giving off that vibe. Some private corporation, perhaps? Anyway, they brought a lot of those fancy gadgets of theirs, kept taking measurements, doing some tests. Then they sealed off a few areas and just left. They didn't bother us, and some of those sketchy places are now blocked, so that's good for all the newcomers. They ain't gonna wander into an unpleasant situation by accident. Still feels strange. Didn't seem like the authorities had anything to do with it. So they sealed that tunnel, but you know how people are. There's always someone feeling brave, trying to get in. I'm pretty sure there's a way to open it somehow, but why would anyone in their right mind want to do that? I just hope that whatever's wrong with these tunnels is not going to spread any further. So, yeah. The sewers got real fucky, which, to be fair, they were fairly fucky. Anyways. Thank you, Saibi. Pleasure working with you as usual. Seriously, that Saibi does not want to fight him. That Saibi took courses in diplomacy. That's a diplomancer, Cyber. It's not used to violence, except against humans. I knew it was going to do that, and I was trying to get away at the right time. No such luck. Probably the safest place to stay is like right in this I-beam section. Alright, we did it. Saving. Fucking good thing that I did. Okay. Alright, well that was some strong stuff, I tell you that, for free. So we did all that, I think. So then we go this way, I think, to get to where I want to go. We clearly didn't... This water room feels familiar. No. Blur sphere. Oh, goddammit, not again. I already did that. Maybe this will take us to the place where we need to be? That takes us to here. Okay. Game's a little freaked out, but that's fine. We should be getting close now. Yep, closer. This will be it. We got one secret. We got one secret, everybody. Every John is raiding with a party of one. Thank you for the raid, every John. I appreciate it. Okay. Now we're real easy to get flipped turned upside down in here. This place is wild. Here, let's lock this in. Best noise. Alright. I hate to say this, but I have to confess. I can't stop hearing the Among Us theme. I'll shout out when it happens. It's not all the time. Alright. Here we go. Well, we don't have a key card. Which means we probably can't get to whatever the exclamation mark is. But I believe this opened a shortcut. Those are good. I mean, we've done all this work in circuit board, or in Flask. We haven't been to circuit board at all. Maybe in circuit board there's something. I don't know. We had a barred zone. I don't see a switch. There's the card we need, so it's here. There's the exclamation mark. It's possible. I just don't know how. Well, we can't go back either. Dun 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 dun. Yeah? Do you see it? The theme. It's haunting me. Dun 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 dun. Like, it's just close enough that my brain is like, memes happening, memes happen. Memes not happening, Deffers. Calm down. So we're in the puzzle progression phase, I think. Yeah. You won't be able to unhear it now. I'm sorry, everybody. There's a lot of rockets here. That's because we've been here. There are the other switches. Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. No, we already pressed this one? No. Okay, whatever. I haven't locked in, I better lock in. Okay. Alright. Alright, well. Oofa doofa, we're in a zone, huh? We're in a scenario. Alright. Well, that went bad. Man, these are some slippery vials. Man. Dude. They're around. I think we might make it. If we don't make it, we'll be out of ammo, so that'll be bad. Well, here's some rockets. That's something at least. Here's another set of rockets. You better believe we just got critted out. You better believe he just put that a crit fireball straight through that guy's exploding body. That's how it works here. That's just how it is on this bitch of an earth. You will eat the shit. It will happen. Anyway, speaking of eating the shit. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. Well, we've got the E-card, so we just gotta go to the E-card zone, which is on the other side of Flask. And yeah, I'm just gonna call it Flask. Does this look like a chemistry lab to you? Look like a bioscience lab to you? We got guys in glass. That's about it. So we're calling it Flask. That's not to say the levels are badly designed, but Doom is explicitly an abstract kind of hell. I can't tell the difference between a bio lab, a chem lab, and a fucking Flask zone in just the vanilla Doom palette. Not with this kind of level design, which is a fine level design to have. Well, no. God damn it, I knew it. Oh, at least we locked in. Fuck that one imp in particular. You thought you were gonna ambush me. Joke's on you, I was trying to get you away from my fucking stim pack. Wow, did I double kill? Someone double killed. Okay. So there's only one keycard sign out here in Flask, and a secondary up there. But we're trying to get the exclamation mark first before we try and figure out any other shit. Exclamation mark is close. Yep. Space is convoluted in exclamation mark. Alright. So that place is barred off too, actually. But this is before we fell. So there might be health to pick up and scavenge. Okay. Health to scavenge, as I said. You gotta play this with an eye to scavenging, you know? Anyways, we're as healthy as we're probably going to get. So let's go into exclamation mark. We don't know what those mean. I have not yet wait. Okay, exclamation mark is just like, hey, keycard might be here. Well, that's not so bad. But we still have problems, right? As you probably noticed, I put up a marker here, and that marker is for the blow. Which is a weird thing to not have already, you know? I was not smoking on that crack when I said that. You can see it from here. So, yeah. To all the world, it would appear that either an elevator has to lower to get you that, or something else. But where's the switch for that? I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't going to be that simple, was it? This could be an elevator shaft. Sucks to be me, but I don't think it's bad enough to merit a rewind. Red Skull Zone. Great access. Alright. We're back here. We're back here. Are you any closer to materializing? No? We just know that you exist. Okay. That's real cool. That's real cool. So yeah. A lot going on here. We don't really know what's going on. This is part of the reason why I'm like splitting this one off into a two-parter. Last map, fairly short breather map, only 800 enemies. Now we're back to the big boys. And we're unraveling a whole goddamn facility while we do it. So let's see, that's Flask 2. Apparently. Where's Flask 2? No, that's thank God not the way we gotta go. If we want to get to Flask 2, should be able to do it. No, not through here. This is the other side of that spot. Okay. Okay. We already opened this, so that's good. There's a blow. Another blow, by the way. Flask 2 has no connective tissue with this place. I didn't notice that. I should have noticed that. Okay, well. Problematic, to say the least. That's pipe. Got it. Okay. I should have looked at the sign, but to be fair, this map, cognitive load heavy. By design. I don't know who told you it was a good idea to come down here and startle a dude. Whoever did that, bad idea. Don't startle a motherfucker. Okay. Don't startle an enemy. Oh, okay. Circuit board is real down in there. That's right. Nah, we'll leave that for later. Okay. So the good news is we've got the plasma. So we're slightly advantaged, ever so slightly. Just like before, we kind of have a similar opening. No. I had to guess. No? Okay. Oh, okay. Damn, okay. Well, lesson learned, huh? Okay. Damn, Gecko's just shooting hot. Okay. 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 Hmm. So, cool that we fought those guys, but that actually didn't help us, and we're stuck here. Huh. Ah. Oh, did they just not expect us to, like, actually decide, fuck it, we're gonna shoot the pain elementals? I mean, certainly that's at least one approach you could take to this fight. Hey. Or is that meant to, like, lock you in? I guess it's meant to lock you in. Be that as it might, I do want to point out that loops for sure. Great access, yes. Okay. How's our kills looking? Okay, we're about a sixth of the way there, so not terrible. Solid. Okay. God damn. When the Lost Soul decides to lock in, it's pretty bad. Genuinely on me, of course. Okay. Here's another place where you can get the plasma. I hate it when my cooler breaks down on my PC. As I was saying, let's do some lore real quick. Subject, IH_006. Type, personal log. Date, redacted. Location, Sector 19. Transmission intercepted. Automatic transcription in progress. Automatic transcription completed. Error, database connection unavailable. Signal lost. My name is Ian. I'm recording this to document the events of the past 24 hours in case that becomes useful to someone, and to retain my sanity. Now that I'm in relative safety, I can finally try to collect my thoughts. I'm not exactly sure where to begin. There's so much to go through. Yesterday, early in the morning, something happened in Sector 19. I heard the commotion outside. Didn't think much of it at first, couldn't see anything through the window, so I brushed it off. I thought there must have been an accident of some sort. Police cars were passing by over and over. Then I heard screaming, followed by gunshots. I looked out the window again and I could see people running. Then there was another gunshot, and another. I tried to figure out what was going on, but all the communication was down for some reason. Net connection, phones, everything. People started panicking, heard my neighbors running somewhere. Maybe they decided to check on the situation. I didn't know what to do, so I waited. A few minutes later, the whole block began to shake. I knew what it meant. UAC dropships were coming. Everything erupted into chaos after that. The city turned into a war zone. I could hear gunfire, explosions, screaming. The smoke was so thick, I could barely see what was going on. I was sure it must have been a terrorist attack. I mean, what else could it have been? By that point, both the military and UAC special forces were involved. Something big has happened. Really big. I still couldn't get a hold of anyone, and nobody in the building knew what was going on. Then there was a huge explosion. One of the dropships crashed nearby. A cold shiver went down my spine. I was hyperventilating. I've never been this scared in my life. Little did I know that things were about to get much worse. I heard this deep, guttural growl. Very powerful, some really big animal, I thought. But I've never heard anything quite like this before. I looked out the window again. It was difficult to see anything because of the smoke, but I could still make out the shapes. The Marines were retreating, firing blindly when this thing jumped out and charged in their direction. It leaped onto the nearest soldier and ripped off his arms. He was screaming, gushing blood as the beast moved on to the others. It just tore them apart like paper, displayed their bodies all over the street in this savage, bloodthirsty rage. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't move. I just stood there, frozen, paralyzed. I fell onto the floor and vomited. It was insane. I could not believe it. What was that thing? What was going on? I panicked, grabbed my things, and decided to get the hell out of there. I could hear people screaming and crying in the hallways. I was so numb after what I saw that I just ignored all of it and kept moving, but once I got onto the street level, things went from bad to worse. There were bodies everywhere, severed limbs and entrails. Blood spattered all over the pavement. The air was so heavy, smoke and gunpowder mixed with a stench of death and burnt flesh. The whole place looked like hell. I honestly can't remember much after that. I wanted to get out of the city and head towards the outskirts. There's a town near a forest that seemed like a good escape destination. Got a friend who lives there. I was basically running on an autopilot, like my brain is shut off to anything not directly related to what was right in front of me. I didn't want to think. I didn't want to remember that nightmare. When I got to the higher ground, I turned around and saw a massive black cloud of smoke in the distance. I think the city was burning. Another reason to keep moving, I thought. It took me many hours, but I made it. I let out a huge sigh of relief when I saw the lights glowing above the bushes. It didn't seem like the town was under attack, a good sign. Been stumbling around for a while and finally found the gate. The place looked intact, there was something off about it. There were no people. First I thought that they must have been hiding in their homes, or maybe they've already been evacuated. But that wasn't the case. There was simply nobody there. Nobody. I've wandered around the place for some time. The electricity worked, but the communication was down here too. Not a soul in sight, not even animals. I went into this little hotel, which had its doors unlocked. I was so tired from everything that has happened that I didn't even think about the potential danger. I just dropped like a rock onto the bed and fell asleep. I woke up a few hours later in the middle of the night. Didn't sleep well. With nothing else to do, I decided to take a stroll around the area. It's a nice, peaceful town, like an oasis in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature. It's a bit behind the times, but it's not a bad thing at all. Mostly residential buildings, though. There's also something that looks like a factory of some sort. I've been walking alongside this little canal. There's a power station past the bridge. A shanty town near the other city gate. A park. Really does look like it used to be a nice place to live. Wished I could have visited it under different circumstances. And that brings me to now. I don't know what to do. I'm all alone here, and I have nowhere to go. I don't know where it's safe, or if anywhere's safe. That's not what's on my mind right now. A while ago, I started hearing something. A heartbeat. I thought it was my own at first. I couldn't pinpoint it. It was very, very gentle. Barely audible at first, but now it's getting louder. Am I just hearing things? I might be, but I hate to admit it. It's kind of soothing. Serene and calm, yet loud and firm. It doesn't seem like it's coming from any specific place. It's everywhere. I can feel it now. In the walls, in the streets. The whole town is reverberating. A sense of belonging. No, this isn't right. Something's wrong. I shouldn't listen. I know I shouldn't. Oh god, my head. It's too loud. It's too damn loud. I have to go. I have to get away from here. Wait, this place is not where I... No, that's not it. Did I take the wrong turn somewhere? Where was the gate? I could have sworn it was in this direction. Recording interrupted. Yeah, that sounds like something that would happen in the last map. Anyways. I don't know, we've got enough ammo that we could probably take on the Cyber Demon, but I don't know if that's the right thing to do. So we're just gonna try to survive for as long as we can. We've got the juice for it. The question is that what's supposed to happen? It seems relatively sedate. Whoops. No idea. Let's try killing the bastard. Okay, lesson learned. Take a shot. Or don't take a shot. What do you mean you got shot at by a million dudes and you were like, no, I have to shoot Defers? Okay, here we go. Friggin' hell. Alright, here we go. We're locking in here. Because we gotta do this. That's why we locked in, everybody. Man, this thing is fucking laser focused on me. It didn't even see me. Bro's getting shot at by like 20 dudes, and he's like, nope, gotta bum rush Defers and kill them. shit. This is a tough fight. Dude, it's crazy. It's unhinged. Absolutely beelined on me, no matter what. Okay, well, we gotta lock in a little bit more, a little bit later than before, because this repetition is killing me. All right. Okay, here we go. Locking in now. Yep, that's why we locked. Mid-fight saves may not often be seen as noble, but holy shit. One fuck up and you're starting all over again. No thank you. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, the splash damage now. Okay, there we go. We can just leave. No, you don't. No, you don't. You will. Can't have much left. Can't have much juice left in the tank. Yep. Well, ought to be fun. Goddamn. We got real close. You better believe they swung for the fences out there. Absolute disaster. Gong show. Alright. Alright, fellas. Now it's just you and me. Alright. Done and dusted. But we're going into the zone. We're going off the map. Well, I could use that blotion. So we're wandering around in the brown water. This might not even be very impossibly spaced at all. One remains. No. Lock in. We are somewhere in circuit board 2, huh? We're somewhere in the internecine between circuit boards 1 and 2. Okay. I definitely feel as though I fought these dudes before. Like, that's a lot of bodies. That's cute. I like that. Can't really articulate why I do, but I do. Alright. Doom guy's feeling a little better. Okay. See, this is why I hate the chainsaw. You just can't get rid of it. This is one map set where Yuzi Doom would have been really cool just for that feature. Who said you got to live? Okay. Check this out. Hup, just hit the wall. Just hit that angle grinder. Caught it with my... Well, not angle grinder. Hit that girder and just caught it with my face. Where are we? We're not even in circuit board 2. We're still in circuit board 1. What the hell, man? There's a pile of dead guys. Okay. We need 2. Fair enough. There we go. Okay, well. Okay. 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 Time for some pain. That one's fun. If the Revenant decides to walk away, which you can do, you can just take a lot of damage. That's fun of the Revenant to be able to do. Still, you should expect that kind of thing. Jesus Christ, got maxed out, huh? Okay, yep, I remembered. I saw. Well, here we go. That's why I saved. I knew. I remember, I saw, I knew. Yep. I mean, you can just go back up. Go back up the Wi-Fi symbol. Which, yeah. Okay. That's sick. I love it. Before we do that, though, there was another zone that I hadn't explored, and this is starting to feel like intended path, which makes me question what I missed. Here's a 2 keys door that we can't... Yeah, we can't do shit with that. That's fine, though. We just gotta figure out where we went before. Yeah, here. Right? I'll go through here, then we go through here. Go do that, then, here. Okay. Now, obviously, there's the exit we've already been through. We already know about that place. But there's another place. Okay. Nope, not here. This is gonna take a while. But not too long, I hope. Yeah, here. What's the deal with this place? Nothing? This ain't the place on the start of the map. The start of the map's way down there. Okay. Well, can't blame me for trying. Also, we're probably gonna die at least one more time, so we'll have time for lore. Okay. Alright, cool. Let's pre-fire a rocket and... Okay. That's interesting. Well. Okay. This dude a real bastard. It sucks to use that much ammo to deal with such a small problem, but... Okay. Okay. Cool. Alright, here we go. Great access. Good. There's only one downside. Okay, so that gives us Flask 2 and Save 1 and Great Access. Flask 2, Save 1, Freight, Great Access. Where's the Great Access again? It's in the southern part of the map. That's where I want to check out first. Call it an instinct to just squirrel myself into the smallest possible space or something. Flask 2, but we're not looking for Flask 2, we're looking for Great. This is the central area, and it was within walking distance of the central area. It was accessible before most of the other zones. Why can't I see it anymore? Something's wacky. I'm wacky, but I don't know why. Because I want to get to that Great Access. That is important. It's a bad time to have my brain just suddenly blank, you know? on finding these symbols. Not the lightning bolt symbols. Those aren't what I'm looking for. Unless the... No, they can't have... I mean, it could be the possibility, right? The possibility's there. That the symbol turns into an electricity symbol after a little bit. That'd be confusing, but it wouldn't be impossible. Because I didn't notice those electric symbols before. Man, what the fuck happened? I don't know. We got the electricity. Man, I'm pissed. I can't believe that I've lost sight of that. How do you even do that, Evers? I plumb don't know how I do this. They must have turned into electrical bolts, right? I guess. Anyways, we can go to save disk 1 now. That is what it's called, right? Yeah. Yep, Flask 2, save disk 1. Alright. Yeah, we still can't go there, so... no worries about that. Alright. Well, we can't backtrack either. So we just have to figure out where we're missing a thing. Probably we're gonna call it after that. Because this one is an intricate and baroque little puzzle. I definitely don't feel like I have bandwidth for that. All in one go. Oh, we found the new way to go. How long have you been open? Okay. Stupid rocket. Okay. Solid. Could have been a disaster, but it was solid instead. Interesting to say the least. Still can't leave, so we still have more to do. What exactly, I'm not clear on. Ah, right. That's where we got here from. From the vents. That's nice. We just gotta keep looking around Flask until we figure it out. Well, it's not gonna be that. Yeah, once we solve this puzzle, I think I'm done for the night. It's, you know, these maps are puzzle heavy, if you want to call it that. I think of these as navigation puzzles. Yeah, no, we did that. Well, what am I missing? This was a room I didn't explore, and it didn't have anything in it. Well, I say that, but there's something up there. If we can just figure out. What it is we're missing, we can leave. I didn't expect that to work, but you have to try. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine there's more stuff here that I've missed. Okay. Okay. Well, shit. What do we even do here? We can't get out of here. I'd love to get out of here. Yep, this exit is what I need to get out. Nope. I need to figure out something. Alright. Well. Let's try going back the other way, maybe. I don't know. Sure, we'll go this way for now. I don't think we have any other option. Okay, well. Okay. Whoa! Frame drop. God damn it, man. I'm frame rate Johnzo on that one. Absolutely not. This is not my hand-eye coordination. That is the frame skip. I deserve to Johns. I earned the right to Johns, goddammit. So this thing's still doing well, whatever it is. Yeah, we got zones. That's right, you two. Okay. Here's Flask, but is it Flask 1 or Flask 2? I guess they split off? Yeah, they split off, but we don't have the key to Flask 2, do we? Not that I can see. Well, we could get to the grate before we unlocked anything else. And the grate is not by pipe. I don't think. Yeah, Flask 2 isn't connected to any of that. We could try save disk 1. Don't think there's a way. I mean, maybe there's a way. There's this whole situation. Yeah, there's save disk. And here's something else. Here it is. No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay, we'll see what there's... Okay, red skull as well, and a lever. There's a whole hidden set of skulls out here. So, at this scale, on the map, it looks like... Yeah. So we could, in theory, get to Flask 2 as well. But we do have a combat encounter right here. I am, again, intrigued. I'm intrigued. I'm fascinated. Oh, we can go back. Better yet. So yeah, any other, like... Now that we know what we're looking for, any other light squares? Is it just those two? Square and square. Yeah, it looks like it. It's a bit hard to parse. Oh, Alexa Gray 23 says Keck W. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Alexa Gray says, yoo-hoo. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Time for the pain. Okay. We hear, yep. Okay. This is guys. Alexa Gray says, I love this game, one of my fave, and also because I'm a retro gamer. Yeah, nice. Oh god. Gossip is quite the mod pack. Or map set. Mod pack is more of a Minecraft thing. Though then again, there can be Doom mod packs. They're a lot rarer. They do exist. Here we go. Here they come. And brilliant. Sun Tzu level brilliance right there. Alright. Let's try one more. Brilliant. Yep, they'll do that. So you gotta spiral. You gotta move in a circle slowly. Smells like God Machine in here. Thank you, Auto Aim. Every day. I'm really amazed that DARPA didn't try and license the auto aim technology for their weapon systems. Yeah, there's a mate. It looks like we're through. Anyways, get more lore snippets. Okay, so we did die, so I think I owe a lore snippet. Let's see what we've got next. Drake Cygnus here. Ah, my favorite character. Damn, gotta stop using my turmoil codename already. This is gonna be my final message. Hopefully it'll give you an idea of what the hell's going on right now and how it ended up like this. If there's anything left after today, that is. In a world controlled by mega corporations, the UAC is definitely in a league of its own. Governed by the enigmatic board of directors, it's a monolithic entity that's been planting its roots in military and energy production industries for years. You could spend years analyzing their shady activities and borderline illegal ventures, and none of it would have mattered because it was basically an open secret. What are you going to do, sue them? They were effectively untouchable. However, while their reputation was questionable, it was undeniable that we all have benefited from their existence. However, everything has clearly crossed the threshold with the introduction of college sources. Humanity, driven into panic due to dwindling supply of natural resources on Earth, was willing to accept any solution that could solve the problem. Then out of nowhere, the UAC unveiled their newest invention, an incredible power source that was clean, safe, and potent. Too good to be true? The secrecy surrounding the technology has raised a lot of suspicions, but it's not like anyone was going to reject an opportunity like this. And so the collar sources have been deployed literally everywhere. Who cares what it's made of if it works this well, right? A couple of years have passed, and we haven't grown extra limbs, so even the critics have gradually calmed down. That is, until a mysterious shockwave has swept through Sector 12. People called it the Calamity Pulse, and officially it was a result of a glitch in the shuttle engines that has somehow interfered with the sources. Almost everyone felt it, and while there was no discernible side effects, some people have reported really bizarre experiences. Brief memory lapses, borderline out-of-body sensation, all the way to nightmarish visions and panic attacks. Of course, whether those had anything to do with the pulse was up for debate. Still, the tensions have started rising again. The fear of further incidents has returned. While all of that was going on, there were different problems on the streets. The authorities have started to take notice of the gradually increasing number of violent outbursts and crimes. Seemingly decent folks would end up going ballistic against their coworkers, loved ones, and even reporting having no recollection of what might have caused their anger. Murder rates went up, but it was the savagery of the killers that has caught everyone's attention. Cutting off limbs, gutting victims, and splaying their bodies in the most horrific and inhumane ways. Stuff you'd expect from a slasher flick. The wealthy started hiring security companies like Turmoil, while those who couldn't afford them resorted to buying illegal firearms for protection. Things were looking really bad all around. And yet that's not even scratching the surface. Shortly after I left Turmoil, I got contacted by my mysterious benefactors, a secretive group investigating the potential connection between the UAC and recent events. They wanted me to look into a number of cases, high-ranking UAC members, abandoned projects, just about anything that could contain clues as to what's really going on. At first, I didn't really think much of it. I was just glad to be able to get the hell away from that mundane existence I was stuck with after quitting Turmoil, but it didn't take long before I realized just how serious things have gotten. You better strap yourself for this one. We don't know all the details, but it's clear that the UAC have discovered something. That something was so important that the project related to it, codenamed Gossip, quickly became the #1 priority for them. The accounts are very chaotic and differ depending on whom you ask, but it seems that UAC have found some sort of device, a beacon or transmitter of sorts. The message they've received through it was apparently a warning. Some sort of catastrophic event was going to happen, an inevitable one. The board of directors decided in their hubris that it's up to the UAC to save the world. Actually, I'm not even sure it was their call to begin with. The board is just a public face of the corporation. Someone else is pulling the strings, though I don't think anybody really knows who. Either way, whomever it is, I guess he didn't want to take no for an answer. The problem was that the only lead the UAC had was the transmitter, and they've quickly found themselves in the dead end. That was one thing they couldn't solve by throwing bags of money at it. Frustrated by the lack of progress, they've refocused their attention on the device. No idea where that message was coming from, but it seems they were convinced there was more to it than just a warning. In order to make an attempt at getting more out of it, they needed to boost the signal somehow. Long story short, they found a way. A very, very expensive and insidious way. With the collar sources, they've really killed two birds with one stone, giving people hope and a solution in the face of an impending resource deficiency, thus vastly improving their reputation, effectively creating a dependency of a vast portion of the world on their technology, and furthering their own goals by trying it all with the Gossip Project. Actually, that's more like killing three birds with one stone. I know what you're thinking. Were the sources also the reason for people becoming violent and insane? Actually, no. The sources simply made it worse. That clearly wasn't UAC's intention, though. In fact, as surprising as it may seem, I don't think UAC is actually evil. They just don't realize some doors are not supposed to be open. According to the informants, the plan seemed to have worked, and the progress was finally being made. With the collar sources literally everywhere, they were able to push further in their attempts to crack the secrets behind the gizmo. Bastards had no qualms about turning the world into their own personal test chamber. The board has calmed down again after the first breakthroughs, and the eggheads continue to inch forward toward the big prize. But then something happened that forced them to change the trajectory again. Some kind of bizarre anomaly has been detected in the Arctic. Then another one in the Mediterranean Sea, then another. They were springing up like mushrooms all over the world. They've dealt with this kind of stuff before, but never on that scale. Something was brewing on the horizon. Then a big one was found here in Sector 12, somewhere deep within the nearby forest. This one was different, I've been told. Massive, fluctuating, like some kind of an otherworldly tumor. Well, the UAC responded. They've cordoned off the whole area, claiming they had to deal with a dangerous biological hazard there. Except in reality, they were building an entire giant containment chamber around the anomaly, with a research facility attached to it. I have no idea how the hell they've managed to do it, and where they've hidden it, but allegedly it's there, somewhere. That entire situation has put the UAC in a tough spot. While the deployment of sources has yielded results, the whole thing with the anomalies has led them to believe that time is running out. In fact, it was worse than initially thought. The tumor must have been there for a long time, undetected. It has slowly started affecting the surrounding areas and eventually people. All those unexplainable events? Guess it all can be traced back to that. Desperate to find countermeasures, the board have managed to convince their employer to give them a blessing for the biggest gamble yet, synchronicity. I have no idea what it was exactly, but we're talking a high-risk, high-reward type of deal. One that could have granted them the answers or result in total extinction. I guess the good news is it didn't cause total extinction, though it might have triggered a time bomb by causing the calamity pulse. The harder you struggle, the worse it gets. Collar sources were meant to help find the solution, and yet they've intensified the influence of the tumor. Synchronicity allowed the UAC to make progress, but cracked the barriers, allowing even more of that nightmare to seep through. So what is all of it? The tumor, the anomalies, the madness bleeding into our world, where is it coming from? We're but a lone beacon of life in an endless void. That's what one of the patients said. Beyond the boundaries of this world, there's nothing but darkness, the infinite abyss of impossible chaos, ruin, and the most vile entities seething with hate wanting to break through. And now, thanks to the UAC, they were finally able to pierce the veil. We're completely cut off. I haven't heard anything about what's happening outside of Sector 12, but here, living hell has erupted onto the streets. Even inside the air is thick with the stench of death and gunpowder. Those beasts have come out of nowhere, flooded the city, and slaughtered everyone. The UAC troops and the military tried to hold them off, but only lasted a few hours. My benefactors have stopped me from going outside, telling me to stay put until the situation calms down. I didn't like the idea one bit, but I can see it now. There was no stopping this nightmarish horde. The same thing happened everywhere else, and soon there might be nothing left to save. But in the end, it all comes down to a simple question. What are we going to do about it? Do we lay down and die in despair, or do we fight? I'm going to fight. My benefactors left me a gift. Some sort of a beacon, made of strange materials I don't recognize. They told me they might have a way to undo the damage the UAC has done, but they need this planted on the other side, deep within the hellish realm those monsters came from. The screams have stopped. I can still hear distant gunfire, but it's barely audible now. I think I should move out. Damn, I can't believe it. Am I getting nervous? No, it's not that. It's not fear. It certainly isn't. Let's do it. The only entry left is the epilogue, which we are not going to read because it says, "Please read after finishing the campaign." Alright, let's see what we got. Okay. Huh. I heard you. Where, though? Better to keep moving. Oh, there's a few of them. Alright. No, shotgun time. Tanky. Alright. Enemy guy. Wants me to get over here? Okay. See what I mean about that acid pool? Imagine if the Revenant had done this. We'd be in deep trouble now. Wow. This is some shit luck on multiple fronts. There we go. Okay. Thank you, auto aim. Automatic aim. We have so many shotgun shells, more than we need. We might as well spend a few. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that thing again. I'm good. I hear enemy guys, though. Alright. Okay. Okay. We may yet die here. Auto aim the best. Okay. There you go. Go. I just saw the... Ah, fuck. Okay, well. Oh, we're back here? Alright. Well, in that case, how about we call it? Yeah, we'll call it here. Thank y'all for joining me. Tomorrow we'll continue this map. We're about not even halfway through, so we'll have a pretty substantial stream just on the basis of that alone. And we'll carry on from there. Thank you for joining me, and yeah, until next time everybody, stay safe out there and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.